Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation, Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together? Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, It is an honor to be invited by the princess. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xiao Qi. There is no need to mention the word princess again. Last time in the Four Seasons realm, she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time, she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Qian and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Qian's. Unlike Emo Xiao Qi, who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately, the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. The source strength of the stars, Xiao Qian exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, It's the complete source strength of the stars. After entering the shattered star sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, it was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the Source Sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this Source Sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete star's source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting, the scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the Source Sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. What rumor? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great emperors Mingyu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiao Qian also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Emo Xiao Qi and said, It's a rumor. Little sister Xiao Qi should have heard about it from the Beast Warrior Master, right? Emo Xiao Qi's expression also became serious, which was rare for her. She nodded and said, Before coming to the Shattered Star Sea, my father did tell me something. He said that the formation of the Origin Sea was directly related to the master who was besieged and fell here. What? Yang Kai and Xiao Qian were both shocked. Although Emo Xiao Qi did not directly say who the fallen master was, her meaning was obvious. The heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Who else could it be but him? Lan Sun said, Back then, the master was invincible in the star boundary, acting recklessly. He even broke through the world boundary barrier and went to the territory of low-level stars. Wherever he went, the territory of those stars was destroyed, and the star sources of those cultivation stars were devoured. The territory of more than a dozen large and small stars were destroyed in his hands alone, which shows how many star sources he had devoured. Later, during the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, he was killed here, but after his death, the star sources he had devoured strangely remained, forming this vast origin sea. Is that so? Xiao Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai also turned pale when he heard this and asked in amazement, "So, the origin sea is actually the place where the master fell?" Lan Sun nodded. "You could say that, but the location of the origin sea is uncertain, and it doesn't appear every time. So no one knows where the master fell. However, the formation of the origin sea should be directly related to him. No wonder there is so much star sources. No wonder even complete star sources exist." Yang Kai sighed a few times, suddenly understanding the doubts that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He had been wondering how such a strange existence like the origin sea could form in such a dilapidated, shattered star sea, but after listening to Lan Sun's explanation, he understood what was going on. The heaven-devouring great emperor devoured countless star sources, but after his death, those star sources remained, and the origin sea appeared. In other words, everyone was enjoying the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperors at this moment. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "It was precisely because of the tyrannical actions of the master that many world passages were sealed by the great divine technique by several masters. Masters in the star boundary can no longer go to low-level stars' territory at will. If not for this, the star sources would not be so rare today." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this and asked, "But why do I hear that there are still masters who can go to those low-level stars' territory?" When he was in the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai encountered a master who went down from the star boundary. Fortunately, Yang Yin was there at that time, and before that master could do anything, Yang Yin subdued him. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level stars' territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation." Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Sun's words. He had heard Yang Yin mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Hung Luo star field. He quickly asked, "How can one become a guardian of a star's territory?" Lan Sun shook her head and said, "I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territory?" Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Sun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory? Lan Sun was slightly surprised, and even Xiao Chun could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces. Although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary, compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary, the number of these people was still small. Lan Sun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before, only to find that the island was already full of people, and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. "Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared," Xiao Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over and saw that not far away, A ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth. In an instant, the sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them, and more were appearing. So many! Xiao Qin's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Xun, however, frowned and said with some unease, "There must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea." Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? "Master!" Lu Yin called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's grab them first." While speaking, he greeted Lan Xun and said, "Junior sister Lan, let's split up." Lan Xun nodded and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." "You too." Yang Kai nodded, then led Mo Xiaoqi, Lu Yin, and Zhang Ruoxi to rush forward. The situation in the Source Sea was extremely chaotic, and people were dying at any time. In front of them, 4 or 5 people were fighting over the source strength of the stars. These people seemed to belong to different forces and were fighting fiercely for a while. However, no one was interested in the source strength of the stars. Yang Kai moved and arrived in front of the source strength. Under the star refining art, he directly absorbed the source strength of the stars and threw it into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2486. Broken star sources were already very difficult to refine and absorb, let alone complete star sources, so Yang Kai could only snatch them now and deal with them later when he had time. After succeeding, Yang Kai immediately teleported and disappeared. It was only then that the people who were fighting realized that the star sources of the stars had disappeared. Looking around, they couldn't see any trace of the thief at all. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed one after another. At this moment, Lu Yin, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Xiaoqi had already rushed towards the other star sources of the stars. Mo Xiaoqi no longer hid her strength. When she fought with Lan Xun earlier, she only used the secret technique she had learned and didn't even use half of her strength. Now that she wanted to compete for the star sources of the stars, she summoned an army of monster beasts with a wave of her hand. Silver-maned lion tiger beast, heaven escaping bat beast, red fire Qilin, blue eyes black scale flood dragon. All kinds of monster beasts surrounded her, their roars rising and falling one after another as they rushed forward aggressively, scaring the cultivators in front of them into dodging again and again. Lu Yan's white tiger heaven centipede was also released. Although it might be a little inferior to the real the Emperor realm, it wasn't something a Dao Source realm cultivator could compete with. The unique aura of the Emperor realm made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Although Zhang Ruo she didn't have any powerful assistance, her aura was still extremely dense. What's more, she had used some kind of secret technique to suddenly exude an astonishing aura. This inexplicable aura gave off a strong sense of oppression that not only forced the nearby cultivators to retreat, even Mo Xiaoqi's monster beasts were trembling. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at Zhang Ruo suspiciously, shocked. As the daughter of martial beast, Mo Xiaoqi was born with the ability to communicate with monster beast, so at this moment, she could clearly feel the panic and fear of her pet beasts. These pet beasts of hers all had extremely noble and pure bloodlines. Many of them had the bloodline of ancient holy spirits. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were still incomparable to the average monster beast. They were all personally handpicked by the martial beast. These pet beasts could even put up a fight against the Emperor realm. There would be no fear at all. However, after Zhang Ruo she released her unique aura, these pet beasts trembled in fear, as if they were being suppressed by some innate force. Some of them even whimpered at Zhang Ruoxi. Mo Xiaoqi was completely shocked, because these whimpers were obviously trying to please her. Sometimes, when she threw a tantrum and deliberately ignored her pet beasts, they would make such noises to make her pity them, thus gaining her attention. This was a tried and tested method. But now, his pet beasts wouldn't cower even in the face of the Emperor realm. He was actually trying to curry favor with an inconspicuous little girl. What was going on? Emo Xiaoqi didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ruoxi before because the latter hadn't spoken much. She seemed to be an unknown person, but after such a commotion, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly realized that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to be hiding some secret, and this secret was obviously related to Monster Beast. Her heart was full of doubts, but it was not convenient for her to ask, so she could only hide these doubts in her heart. She would find out in the future. Although the three women had different means, they were unstoppable when they joined forces. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated one after another. In a short while, they snatched a cluster of Star's source. Emo Xiaoqi didn't know what the three of them discussed, but she put the Star's source into her space ring with a smile. Yang Kai watched from the side for a while and felt that the three of them didn't need his attention, so he let go of his hands and feet to compete with others. At this moment, the source sea seemed to be boiling. Complete Star's sources were constantly rising from below, and countless cultivators were fighting for them. Yang Kai relied on his proficiency in the Tao of space to move erratically, and with the help of the star refining art, every time a new star source appeared, he could rush to the place immediately, snatch it, and run. Those cultivators who were preparing to compete for the star's sources didn't understand what was going on, but the sources had already disappeared. As time passed, Yang Kai galloped alone in the source sea, obtaining more and more stars' sources. His harvest alone was more than anyone else's. In such a chaotic place, speed was the most important thing, and he, who was proficient in the Tao of space and could teleport, undoubtedly had an advantage that no one else had. Half a day later, the number of stars' sources appearing from below the source sea gradually decreased. Every time a source appeared, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. In such a situation, even Yang Kai couldn't perform well. After several attempts, he finally snatched a source from the crowd, leaving hundreds of cultivators to suspect and fight each other. After another half a day, the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone waited for a long time, but no more stars' sources appeared. It seemed that all the complete stars' sources had been snatched away. But the bloody battle was still going on. All the cultivator who had snatched the stars' sources had become the target of others. For a time, screams rose one after another in the source sea, and the blood of countless elite cultivators spilled here, dyeing the source sea below red. Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times and found Lu Yin and the others above the chaotic source sea. Perhaps because they were afraid of the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yin and the others, the three of them were safe and sound, and no one paid them any attention. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi immediately greeted him with a smile and called out, Big Brother Yang, we got a lot of sources. As soon as these words came out, countless burning gazes were cast on them from all directions. Thousands of cultivators had gathered in the source sea now, but in comparison, only a small number of people had obtained stars' sources. Most of them had not even seen the complete stars' sources. So Emo Xiaoqi's words had undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Emo Xiaoqi obviously knew that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Yang Kai glanced around and snorted coldly. He pushed his aura without reservation, and with a bang, the void seemed to tremble. The faces of the cultivator who was eyeing Emo Xiaoqi changed. They weighed their own strength and looked at Yang Kai's line up before reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. Only then did Emo Xiaoqi whisper, Each of us got 2 or 3 star sources. She had an excited expression on her face, while Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan's faces were also flushed. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their harvest. Not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Each of them had obtained 2 or 3 star sources. In other words, the 3 of them had snatched at least 7 or 8 star sources in total. Such a harvest was already very rich. If they could find time to refine them, it would be of great help to their future growth. But in comparison, Yang Kai's harvest was even greater. Although he did not count it in detail, he had snatched at least 30 stars sources. A cultivation star would only give birth to 1 source. More than 30 star sources meant that there were 30 cultivation stars in total. And the number of star sources that appeared in the entire source sea in just one day was more than 300 to 400. In other words, The heaven-devouring great emperors had devoured at least 300 to 400 cultivation stars in the past to leave behind such a rich legacy after death. This kind of behavior, this kind of way of doing things, simply could not be described as heartless. We can't stay here for long. Since there are no more star sources, we'd better leave first. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown. Emo Shaoqi said, I'll follow Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to lead them away from this troublesome place, a strange movement suddenly came from the source sea below. The crimson seawater seemed to be attracted by something and began to slowly rotate. After a while, the entire source sea began to rotate. A subtle pulling force came, causing the faces of all the cultivator above the source sea to change. Looking over, a series of gasps could be heard. At the center of the source sea, a huge whirlpool gradually formed, and as the source sea rotated, the crimson seawater continued to pour into the whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. The vortex seemed to be able to devour the void, causing everyone who saw this scene to feel their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. The seawater poured in faster and more violently. In just a few breaths, the size of the source sea had shrunk by more than half. After a while, the entire source sea disappeared. The seawater that originally filled the void disappeared, leaving only a black hole-like existence in the center. Through the black hole, a skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. It was extremely pale, and it was obvious that this skeleton had been dead for many years. It would be fine if that was all, but there was a remnant of a space ring on one of the fingers of the skeleton. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Pairs of fiery eyes stared at the space ring like locusts. Asterisk gulp gulp. Asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard. What's with this skeleton? Who died here? It looks like this person has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The Battle of Emperors happened tens of thousands of years ago. A total of 5 great emperors fell in that battle. This is the skeleton of the great emperors. That ring. It's the space ring of the great emperors. The cultivator continued to gather near the black hole. In a short while, there was a sea of people around, and bursts of discussion could be heard from all directions. Most of them were guessing which great emperors left this skeleton behind. Yang Kai, however, felt a chill in his heart. He had heard from Lan Sun that the source sea was the place where the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor fell. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Shaoqi, Yang Kai called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Emo Shaoqi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master. Chapter 2487. Hearing Emo Shaoqi's words, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he knew that this was not a good place to stay for long, he was reluctant to move his legs. He had gained enough benefits in the shattered star sea, but when he heard that this skeleton might be the corpse of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could not help but feel a little greedy. Even he was like this, let alone the other cultivator. The space ring worn on the skeleton's finger had attracted everyone's attention. Get out of my way, trash! A low roar suddenly rang out as a long spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the void and heading straight for the crowd. The invincible spear intent covered a large area, and all the cultivator who sensed this spear intent turned pale and retreated one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the long spear moved back and forth leisurely, directly clearing an extremely spacious area on one side of the black hole. Most of the cultivator had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good, but there were still a few who reacted slower and were swept by the long spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked over and saw a man standing there with a spear, looking majestic and insufferably awe-inspiring. This man was tall and heroic, with extremely clear fluctuations of emperor intent lingering around his body. It's this guy. Yang Kai recognized this person at once. It was the young man with a spear he met in the depths of the source sea last time. Liang Qiu, you bastard. What's wrong with you? Fuck your grandfather. How dare you kill my junior brother? I'll kill you. The cultivator who had been forced to retreat shouted. Looking at the young man in the martial arts suit, some of the people who recognized him already called out his name. There were also people who shouted that they would take revenge for their junior brother, but they were only shouting, they didn't dare to actually go forward. The other party's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? Liang Qiu snorted coldly, rested the long spear on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "What? Not convinced? Whoever is not convinced, I'll beat them until they're convinced." He swept an imposing glance over them. All the cultivators who looked at him could not help but look away. Only then did Liang Qiu spit to the side and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. How dare you covet the treasures of the great emperors? You really don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to die so early, quickly scram." Liang Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Even your 100 barbarian mountain can dominate the Western territory. You dare to be so arrogant in the Shattered Star Sea? Do you really think that everyone in this world is afraid of you? A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. It was hard to tell who was sowing discord in the dark. However, this person was clearly afraid of Liang Qiu and the strength of the 100 barbarian mountain behind him, so he didn't dare to reprimand Liang Qiu directly, lest Liang Qiu settle the score with him in the future. Liang Qiu sneered softly, "In the Shattered Star Sea. With so many heroes gathered, my 100 barbarian mountain alone is naturally unable to become an enemy of the entire star territory. But," he raised an eyebrow and snorted, "what if we include these friends?" As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 people stood out from all directions and came to Liang Qiu's side. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces, because the 7 or 8 people who stood out were all from the Emperor realm. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Glancing around, he found that he knew most of the 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm. Qi Gue, Hyoji, Wu Chong, and the fat man he had seen in the Source Sea before were naturally among them. Although Yang Kai didn't know the rest, they were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the major sects in the star boundary who had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor realm. These people gathered together, although not many in number, had a strong deterrent force because they were from the Emperor realm. You're bullying the weak." Someone shouted angrily. "Yes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. What right do you have to drive us away? We're not leaving. Kill us all if you dare. Don't be afraid of them. There are only a few of them. We have thousands of people. Martial artists of our generation should advance courageously and never back down." Shouts came one after another. Obviously, these cultivators were unwilling to retreat. Even if they were facing 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm, they still wanted to stay here and see if there was a chance to obtain the skeleton space ring. If they were really fated to obtain the space ring, it was very likely that they would be able to make a comeback and soar to the 9th heaven. Such an opportunity was rare and was definitely worth the risk. "Since you're not retreating, then die," Hyoji suddenly said faintly. He opened his hand and black chi suddenly filled the surface of his body. Accompanied by a burst of frightening wails, black chi shot out of his body like living creatures. As soon as the black chi left his body, it turned into ferocious-looking things that bared their fangs and claws at the surrounding cultivators. None of these cultivators were weak. Those who could enter the Shattered Star Sea were at least from the First Order Dao Source Realm, and after nearly 3 years of experience, each of them had made great progress. So when they saw Hyoji take action, they were naturally unwilling to just sit and wait for death and began to resist. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques shone brightly. But what was extremely strange was that all the attacks didn't have much effect on those evil spirits. Only a few people relied on their shocking cultivations and deep foundations to block the black chi, while the others had the black chi invade their bodies as soon as they came face to face with it. In the blink of an eye, they went crazy, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they shouted and screamed endlessly. A moment later, these shouting cultivators fell on their backs, bleeding from their 7 orifices and their auras cut off. As soon as Hyoji took action, he directly took the lives of hundreds of cultivators, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be just testing his skills and hadn't used much strength. Everyone was aghast. If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who would dare to do that, let alone fight back? For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Qiu coldly snorted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches." Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Chi Gue, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, "There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin?" Liang Qiu snorted. "Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me." While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, "Damn, they are all really capable people." He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor Realm, or were protected by the Emperor Realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor Realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon, his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction, because he saw Xiaosheng of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago, when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xiaosheng was advancing to the Emperor Realm, but he didn't know where. Now, he saw him, and Xiaosheng's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao stood next to Xiaosheng. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xiaosheng and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xiaosheng and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xiaosheng grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai also nodded slightly at Yang Kai, but in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the three from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Qian and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Qian was now also in the Emperor Realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary, so the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chong in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chong was an Emperor Realm master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Except for those from the Southern Territory, Yang Kai did not know the others. He also did not see Ziyu from Iceheart Valley in the Northern Territory or Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Big Brother Yang. Big Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly poked Yang Kai and whispered, "Look, it's that old swindler." What? Yang Kai was stunned and looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. This? Am I seeing things? While speaking, he rubbed his eyes hard. Big Brother Yang, don't tell me you don't remember this old swindler? Emo Xiaoqi could not help asking in a low voice when she saw his strange reaction. I remember. Of course I remember. Yang Kai nodded quickly, slightly absent-minded. But why is he here? Chapter 2488. There was only one person who would be called an old swindler by Emo Xiaoqi. It was an old man who had cheated her of source crystals in Maplewood City. This old man had been in the black market of Maplewood City all year round and had mastered the art of swindling. When the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old swindler had also entered and sold his so-called ancestral 9 revolutions soul restoration pill to many cultivator. As an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai had never heard of the 9 revolution soul restoration pill. Later, Yang Kai had also dealt with this old swindler several times. The most recent time was when Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic Qi. This old swindler had come from the nearby forest city to ask for help. This old man gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There was something strange about him everywhere. Kai Yang had always felt that this old man was hiding some kind of secret, but this old man came and went without a trace, like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. Even if Kai Yang wanted to investigate, it was impossible. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually forgot about this old man. He never thought that he would see him again in this source sea. But this time, the old swindler's image was very different from before. In the past, this old swindler's clothes were ragged, his hair was dry and yellow, and his mouth was full of disgusting yellow teeth. But now, this old fellow's clothes were bright, and his hair was combed well. He wore a black robe, and coupled with his benevolent appearance and gentle gaze, he actually gave off an otherworldly aura. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a person could change so much. He also didn't know where this old swindler had made his fortune in the past few years. His face was glowing with health and vigor. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that this old swindler had already reached the third-order Dao source realm, which was comparable to him. Yang Kai couldn't believe this discovery. When he was in Maplewood City, this old man was just an origin king. How could he have such a powerful cultivation in just a few years? How could his talent be so heaven-defying? If that was really the case, why did it suddenly erupt when he was old? If his aptitude was really so great, he should have revealed it when he was young. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was strange. As he thought about it, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a problem that he had overlooked. When Yang Kai was looking around earlier, he didn't know why he hadn't found Yang Kai's figure until Emo Xiaoqi reminded him. Or rather, he saw it. However, he didn't realize that it was someone he knew. Yang Kai found it inconceivable that such a situation would happen to him. Just when Yang Kai was wondering who this old swindler was, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side. "It's you again, you brat!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Liang Qiu from the 100 Barbarian Mountain in the Western Territory glaring at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Where's your big cousin? He didn't come with you?" "Big cousin has something to do, so he left first." Yang Kai said casually, "Why are you looking for him?" Liang Qiu snorted, "Father has nothing to do with him, but you have something to do with him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Liang Qiu said, "Boy, don't think that you can disregard all the masters in the world just because you have some ability." This young master was in a hurry to refine and absorb the source energy, so he didn't want to lower himself to your level. Now that you dare to appear here, don't blame this young master for being impolite. While speaking, he shook his spear and pointed it directly at Yang Kai. Spear intent suddenly spread out. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Qiu said angrily, "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now, take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart. Because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? Humph, this young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously, You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling. Well said, little brother. We support you. Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him. The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was, or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish. His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaosheng's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it, not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Big brother Yang. Emo Shaoqi was startled and hurriedly shouted, Don't be reckless. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned pale and her body fell limply. Lu Yin raised his hand to support her with an indifferent expression. Only she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She did not think that Yang Kai was worse than those from the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai dared to rush over like this, he must have something to rely on. Seeing that Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were about to collide, Emo Shaoqi immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, If you dare to hurt my big brother Yang, I will ask my father to slaughter your entire 100 barbarian mountain. Emo Shaoqi, who had always been docile, suddenly burst out with an unimaginable hostility. Her exposed skin was instantly covered with beast marks, making her look extremely wild. Liang Qiu laughed and said, Where did this little girl come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly before your hair is even fully grown? So what if this young master kills your big brother Yang today? As the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, he was very proud of himself. Among his peers, very few could enter his eyes. Emo Shaoqi's threat was like a breeze to him. It was nothing at all. Not only did he not fear her, he became even more ruthless. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with murderous intent. Yang Kai shouted angrily, Eat my overlord fist. While speaking, he threw a punch at Liang Qiu's spear. Hiss! Is this boy crazy? He dares to fight against Liang Qiu's spear artifact with his flesh and blood? He's courting death. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of him this time. How pitiful. He thinks he has some ability, but he is so arrogant. He is destined to have a miserable end. Junior brother, you must remember, in the future, when you walk the star boundary, you must never be like this person. We are men. We must know when to yield and when not to. Big brother is right. Junior brother will remember. The cultivator, who had shouted in support of Yang Kai and was his strong backup, not only did not help, but also sighed in place, thinking that Yang Kai was doomed. Not only did they think so, even those from the Emperor realm thought that Yang Kai was doomed. After all, no matter how strong his flesh and blood was, how could he compete with an artifact head-on? Liang Qiu's spear was a Dao source-grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sharp. Coupled with his current powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could even shatter a mountain with a single strike of his spear. let alone Yang Kai's body. Xiaosheng was anxious, but he had no chance to help because Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were too fast. There was no time for him to make a move. Ridiculous. Hyoji coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. He was too lazy to pay attention to a person who was about to die. On the other hand, Emo Shaoqi, who was in an abnormal state, made him narrow his eyes slightly as an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in him. Boy, even if you want to die, you can't do this. Liang Qiu looked in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze and muttered. Although he was provoked by Mo Shaoqi's words and really wanted to kill Yang Kai, seeing Yang Kai's determined posture, he could not help but hold back a little. Kong. There was a loud explosion as a bright light engulfed Yang Kai and Liang Qiu, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Liang Qiu, who thought that victory was in his grasp, suddenly widened his eyes and shook his spear fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers that suddenly covered a large area in front of him. Pung pung pung. The fist shadows that filled the sky also burst out, colliding with the countless spear shadows. Fuck. Liang Qiu cursed angrily as his face suddenly turned solemn. He desperately urged his source chi, but he still felt a huge force coming from the front and could not help but retreat more than 100 meters. Another figure also retreated quickly at the same time. By the time the dust settled, everyone in the void was staring with their eyes wide open. The scene of Yang Kai being blown to pieces as they imagined did not happen because Yang Kai was fine at the moment. Except for the bloody flesh on his fist, there were no other injuries. The wound on his fist had also healed in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2489. Silence, a ghostly silence. Walla, the entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Was that Tao Source Realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be, right? He blocked it? My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Tao Source Realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Ha ha ha, Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Yang Kai, and said with difficulty, Boy, are you human? There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Tao Source Realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, am I a ghost? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor Realm around also looked at Yang Kai again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Tao Source Realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor Realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Yang Kai did when they were in the Third Order Tao Source Realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red, but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength, or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Tao Source Realm young man in front of him was the best example. You are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Yang Kai snorted. Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end. No, no, no. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattle drum. You have the right to stay here. The reason why he attacked Yang Kai earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor Realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor Realm or had companions from the Emperor realm. Only Yang Kai's group of Dao Source Realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Yang Kai. If they continued to fight and he won, it would be an unfair victory, but if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Yang Kai at all. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly shouted, "Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xiaoqi." Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers' bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression, because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi was staring straight at Liang Qiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered as if it was alive, flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan's shout. "Not good." Princess Lan Sun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Xiaoqi with trembling eyes and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Liang Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head as he said with a guilty conscience, "Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me?" Even though he had advanced to the Emperor realm, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Mo Xiaoqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. "It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang." Lan Sun shouted, gritting her teeth. "Xiaoqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you, so she became like this in a hurry." Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business. That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke." Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Sun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." "Mo? Eastern Territory?" Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror, "No way! Could she be that, masters? It's good that you understand." Lan Sun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy, and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Mo Xiaoqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu, but to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." Liang Qiu looked at Hyoji with a sad face. "You're both from the Eastern Territory, so why didn't you warn me?" Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, and Mo Xiaoqi was the daughter of Martial Beast. The two great emperors both lived in the Eastern Territory, so Liang Qiu didn't believe that Hyoji didn't know Mo Xiaoqi, but this guy didn't say anything before and just let him ridicule Mo Xiaoqi. Remembering that he had said before that Mo Xiaoqi's hair was not even fully grown, Liang Qiu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If these words were to reach Martial Beast's ears, he would definitely be skinned alive. If he had known that Martial Beast's daughter was in Yang Kai's camp, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Hyoji said lightly, "Although we are both from the Eastern Territory, I have never seen her, so how could I warn you?" He really didn't seem to know Amo Xiaoqi, but he knew Lan Sun. With Lan Sun's identity, it was naturally impossible for her to lie. Lan Sun called out for a while, but when she found that Amo Xiaoqi still didn't respond, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, Liang Qiu, if anything happens to Xiaoqi, your 100 Barbarian Mountain will definitely be slaughtered. Liang Qiu's face changed, and his mood sank to the bottom. Amo Xiaoqi had said the same thing before, but he didn't take it seriously. But now that Lan Sun said it again, he had no choice but to take it seriously. It was just that this matter really had nothing to do with him. Liang Qiu felt wronged. Junior sister Lan, what's wrong with Xiaoqi? Yang Kai observed for a while from the side, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening to Amo Xiaoqi. He only knew that her aura was getting more and more amazing, and the butterfly mark on her cheek was becoming more and more vivid. Moreover, the mark had already flown out of her cheek and was constantly fluttering around her delicate body. With the passage of time, the pitch-black butterfly rapidly changed. It was now the size of a person and looked extremely strange. Lan Sun said, Little sister Xiaoqi has unlocked the Divine Soul Seal. Divine Soul Seal? A group of people looked at her curiously, wanting to know what was going on. In his early years, the martial beast master accidentally obtained the soul of an ancient divine spirit, the heavenly illusion butterfly. The heavenly illusion butterfly's physical body had been lost, and only its soul remained intact. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time great emperor, it was extremely weak. The martial beast master signed a soul contract with it and sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly in little sister Xiaoqi's body when she was 3 years old, so that the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could protect little sister Xiaoqi before she grew up. As a price, the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could devour a little of little sister Xiaoqi's soul to survive. This is the Divine Soul Seal, the soul of an ancient divine spirit. Liang Qiu gasped. The rest of the people's faces also changed drastically. Ancient divine spirits had always been legends, and the number of people present who had seen them with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. But now, in this void, the soul of an ancient divine spirit had appeared, and it was sealed in a person's body. No one knew how strong this soul was, but inferring from the commotion caused when it was unsealed, its strength was not something these people present could contend with. And to be able to seal this soul into his daughter's body and let it protect Amo Xiaoqi's growth, what kind of amazing cultivation did the martial beast have? Only at the most dangerous time will little Qi unlock the seal. This should be the first time she has unlocked it, so she can't control it at all. When Lan Sun said this, she glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of blame in her voice. She was also shocked in her heart. Previously, Amo Xiaoqi had shown great concern for Yang Kai, so she thought this little girl was simply acting against her, but now she knew that she really cared about Yang Kai. Otherwise, she would not have unlocked her seal. She probably thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she unlocked the seal to avenge Yang Kai. But how could she have known that Yang Kai was unscathed while she herself had lost consciousness and was being controlled by the heavenly illusion butterfly soul? Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked nervously while wiping his sweat. Lan Sun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Sun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions. Which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with? Liang Qiu said with a dark face, I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away? Lan Sun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Xiaoqi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Sun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xiaxing exclaimed, Princess Lan Sun, are you serious? Lan Sun said, don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Sun knew about this. Lan Sun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Lan Sun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Xiaoqi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Sun and asked, you want me to die? Why do you want me dead? Lan Sun snorted. This is the only way I can think of. Liang Qiu said angrily, a wasp's stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Lan Sun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, so how could he die so easily? Brat, watch your words. Xiao Qin shouted in a deep voice. Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful. Liang Qiu sneered. Then if she wants you dead, will you die? Xiao Qin said, Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me. Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, you cowardly rat. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Liang Qiu sneered. Xiao Chun flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, Today, you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first. Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly, and he whispered, Thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful. Hyoji said, Although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang. Liang Qiu was startled and said, That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat. While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, Brat, you can't stay out of this. Yang Kai snorted. When did I say I was going to stay out of this? Liang Qiu said, Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness. Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun, Junior Sister Lan. Will this method work? Lan Sun frowned slightly. I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed. Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Emo Xiaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Emo Xiaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Emo Xiaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response, so he immediately knew that Emo Xiaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Emo Xiaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Emo Xiaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Imo Shaoqi's body, Imo Shaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. Oh no! Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Waste! This young master still has to run away. Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Imo Shaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Imo Shaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it, and it seemed that Imo Shaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Imo Shaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try? As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression, because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Imo Shaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. You. Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. Hee, this old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year, there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Imo Shaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, Old sir, Aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal? Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not, but if he implicated Emo Xiaoqi, or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally, I have to change my profession. Yang Kai asked with a dark face, Now you've changed your profession to studying seals? You know him? Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life-restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xiao Qi into giving him some source crystals. Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Emo Xiaoqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, Old dog, get out of this young master's way. In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Emo Xiaoqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Emo Xiaoqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So, when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Emo Xiaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Emo Xiaoqi's situation. Emo Xiaoqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler, he just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Emo Xiaoqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the Third-Order Dao Source Realm, but a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. What the hell? Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now, he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source Realm cultivator is so arrogant, he can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor realm. If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor realm? Why not just stay in the Tao Source realm for the rest of their lives? Or, is this the Emperor realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life or death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, a one-in-a-million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the Third Order Tao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented, the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. Senior, Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice, "Do you really have a way to solve little sister Xiaoqi's problem?" After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually, they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps, the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the Third Order Tao Source Realm, she still called him senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly, and said, "I can give it a try." Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Does Senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the Divine Spirit Soul." The old man shook his head and said, "The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the Beast Martial Arts. This old master has no chance to see it." Lan Sun's expression darkened. Then what should we do? She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the Divine Spirit Soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This beast martial beast is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This beast martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends, so how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high, and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundaries cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the star boundary's supreme force. Yet in this old man's mouth, he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit soul. Huh. Yang Kai heard this and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit soul, it would be the children of the two great emperors who shared the same status as Emo Shaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone. So the divine spirit soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely." Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning, "You there, little girl, come and help this old master." Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source chi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. Zhang Ruoshi. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruoshi. Having said that, since Emo Shaoqi's mutation, Zhang Ruoshi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal. But because the divine spirit soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruoshi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yin to take good care of her and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruoshi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruoshi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Old man, you're not joking, are you?" The old swindler said solemnly, "How could this old master joke about such a thing? Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoshi help you seal the divine spirit soul?" It wasn't just Yang Kai who had this question, everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoshi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the third-order Dao source realm. With so many Emperor realm masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything." Yang Kai snapped, "How can I believe you if you don't explain?" The old man spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, she may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves." Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said, "Sir, if you can help little sister Shaoqi calm down, I'm willing to try." "But your current situation?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoshi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Emo Shaoqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. "I'm fine. Zhang Ruo, she pursed her red lips and said, "Sir, let me go." The old swindler urged, "If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. And I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved." Yang Kai listened with a confused expression, but seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So, he asked in a deep voice, "What harm will your method cause to Ruo Shi?" "It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence." Blood essence? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruo, she had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yang Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruoshi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit soul. How could he see that? "All right, I agree." Yang Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruoshi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruoshi and said gently, "Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you." Zhang Ruoshi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruoshi again and said in surprise, "Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked, because Zhang Ruoshi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruoshi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yang Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruo, she didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, "A friend gave it to me." "A friend?" The old man's mouth twitched obviously and he chuckled. "If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much." Zhang Ruo, she was surprised. "Senior knows him?" "I haven't seen him in a long time," the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable. Because Zhang Ruo, she's Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi. Qiongqi seemed to be the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fell, Qiongqi had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple. After that, Qiongqi also left the Four Seasons realm and no one knew where he went. Qiongqi was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Shueting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Qiongqi had no intention of hurting people, otherwise, Gao Shueting and the others would have died. But now, this old man actually said that he knew Qiongqi. Who the hell is this old man? Yang Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source Realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruoshi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yang Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yang Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time." While speaking, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. "Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while," the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruo she suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her Yuan Qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Shaoqi's forehead as fast as lightning. Asterisk qi qi. Asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, he found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Mo Shaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Mo Shaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Mo Shaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Mo Shaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Mo Shaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Mo Shaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, I'm so sleepy." Zhang Ruo she suddenly said before following in Mo Shaoqi's footsteps and fainted. "Boy, not bad. Not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful?" The old man said, "This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal." While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, "Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler, but now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors." Haha. The old man laughed and said, "This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old sir, since you can see that Ruoxi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me?" As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future, then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice." "What?" "Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos." The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoxi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light as he said in a deep voice, "If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong." "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time, "Heaven, devouring, great, emperor." Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, "Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperors?" If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name. Wu Mingchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu, but he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit soul. He also knew Qiangqi and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Dao source realm cultivator. Well, I can't tell you that either. Yang Kai was furious and shouted, "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yang Kai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you. Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man, so he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Dao source realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. "You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind?" Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the divine soul seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic, and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you." Lan Sun suddenly, Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the bright moon great emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since senior junior is senior junior will leave first. Take care of yourself, senior." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Xiao Qian was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xiaosheng, Xiaobai, and Murong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them, so they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xiaosheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiaobai and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chong, and the others from the Emperor Realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor Realm in this shattered star sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on. But before they could even leave the shattered star sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Dao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him and shouted, "I'm fine. Don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment, his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror and exclaimed, "You are—" The old man raised a finger and made a soft, hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fists solemnly, and said, Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the Emperor Realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now, when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave?" There is still a... Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor Realm left. Wu Chang thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Sun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man, and judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor Realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Dao Source Realm Masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Dao Source Realm Masters left. These Dao Source Realm Masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, so despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. The skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruo Shi's bloodline, and I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned. "Boy, you're really thick-skinned. How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, "How do you know I am from Azure Sun Temple?" Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun golden token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others, he took out the Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you." Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted, "You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world." Temple Master Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Yang Kai said contemptuously, "You're so full of yourself. This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person." But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea, and the Emperor Realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Dao Source Realm cultivator and sighed. Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor Realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, "You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish." When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man, what is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability? Look, his hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling. I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked. Ever since the black space ring. In other words, there was another strange space inside the black hole, but this space was extremely unstable, So even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space, then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this? It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source chi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Tao's source realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait. This young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered, "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly. "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Yang Kai. "How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Yang Kai nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole, so how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact, they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring?" Yang Kai said, "I just want to know what Ruo Shi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Yang Kai didn't know why, but when it came to Zhang Ruo Shi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. "This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident." "Do something? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes, even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Meng Chuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Meng Chuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died, and Yang Kai didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Yang Kai had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruo Shi and Demo Xiao Qi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yan. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling, with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are... Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 2495. Previously, in the Source Sea, countless cultivator fought over source strength, and countless people died. Those dead cultivators all fell into the Source Sea and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all swallowed here in the end. The jade slip no longer existed. When he had been swallowed, Kai Yang had felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange energy that lingered around his body, as if it was protecting him. By the time he entered this place, the energy had also disappeared. It seemed that the function of the jade slip was to protect him from entering this place. Without the jade slip, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him if he had been swallowed here. Before Wu Meng Chuan died, he desperately destroyed the jade slip. Obviously, he did not want the jade slip to fall into the hands of others and enter this place. What secrets were hidden in this place? Why did the old man enter this place? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he looked around but found nothing. He also released his divine sense, but couldn't detect the old man's aura. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the blood on the ground and rushed in the direction where the blood was converging. No matter where this place was or what secrets were hidden, the direction in which the blood was flowing was probably the source. This strange world seemed to be very big. Yang Kai walked for more than an hour, but the surrounding scenery did not change at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have thought that he was still in the same place. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in a certain direction. He heard some bursting sounds from that direction. Looking around, There were some faint rays of light blooming, and some powerful fluctuations of power were transmitted from that direction. Someone was fighting over there. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he only saw the old man enter this place alone. If there were really people fighting over there, then one of them must be the old man. But who was the other person? Judging from the fluctuations of power, the strength of the person fighting seemed to be extremely high. Yang Kai didn't know how strong the old man was, but he was certain that the average cultivator in the Emperor realm was no match for him. How could someone who could fight with him in full swing be an ordinary person? How could there be experts in this godforsaken place? Yang Kai was getting more and more confused. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, he used the Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. The closer they got, the more obvious the aftermath of the battle became. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai hid behind a small hill and stuck his head out to look ahead. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. His mind was filled with shock. The old man was indeed there, standing in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His back carried a sense of indifference and vicissitudes, a sense of true aloofness and indifference. Not far in front of him, the skeleton that he had seen through the black hole was sitting cross-legged. However, it was different from what he had seen before. There was actually some flesh on the bones of this skeleton. Those pieces of flesh were dark red, absorbing the blood that flowed from all around, and constantly wriggling and growing. All the blood in the world seemed to be gathering towards this skeleton. At this moment, there wasn't much flesh on the skeleton, and it seemed that it had just begun to grow. Even the bones were not completely covered, but this made the skeleton look even more terrifying. The skeleton's hand formed a mysterious seal, and an astonishing suction force came from the white bones, constantly swallowing the surrounding blood. Every time this happened, the old man would launch an extremely fierce attack, blocking the flow of blood so that the skeleton could not devour it. The powerful aftermath of the attack slammed into the skeleton, but it remained motionless. This situation continued for an unknown period of time. The old man tirelessly waved his power, evaporating a large amount of the blood that had gathered. However, there was simply too much blood in this world. Even though the old man kept trying to stop it, there was still more blood coming from all directions, wanting to enter the skeleton. Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart, his face slightly pale. This was because he actually felt an aura of life from the skeleton. Although it was very weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time in the wind and rain, it was undoubtedly a life force. In other words, the skeleton was alive. No one knew which great emperors this skeleton belonged to, but according to the various clues obtained by Yang Kai, he guessed that it was the skeleton of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul was destroyed in the war of great emperors tens of thousands of years ago and could not be more dead, but now it seemed that this rumor was wrong. If this skeleton really belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it meant that the heaven-devouring great emperor was not dead, but had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. The blood that had gathered here might be the opportunity for him to wake up again. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something that Wu Mingchuan had said when he was fighting a life and death battle with him. He said that how could a person like his ancestor die so easily? It seemed that Wu Mingchuan knew some inside information. After all, he was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was not too strange for him to know that his ancestor was still alive. He even knew that his ancestor was hiding here and was waiting for the right time to use the jade slip to enter this place. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the end, and before he died, he wanted to destroy the jade slip. Various thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was almost certain that the skeleton belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If the blood here really gathered here and allowed him to regrow his body, then the heaven-devouring great emperor might be resurrected again. In order to kill him, for great emperors died here. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were resurrected, the star boundary would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly rippled out. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it gradually became stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was slowly waking up. The old man standing in the void obviously noticed this aura as well, and his expression turned solemn as his hands suddenly moved a lot faster. All kinds of incredible but incomparably powerful secret techniques bloomed from his hands and blasted towards the skeleton. In an instant, the place where the skeleton was located collapsed, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and after a while, he coldly snorted. When the dust settled, a thick wall of blood light appeared in front of the skeleton. The wall was full of cracks, and the attack just now seemed to have been blocked by the wall of blood light. It did not hurt the skeleton at all. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A sharp gaze suddenly shot out from behind the wall of blood light. It seemed to have come from the ancient era, and it made the world turn cold. "You're awake." The old man curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression. The skeleton stared at the old man with a pair of unformed eyes, and there was a bright ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. After staring at the old man for a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a creepy voice, "Duan Hongchun?" The old man laughed and said wildly, "Yes, it's this old master, Wukong. It's rare that you still remember this old master after sleeping for so many years." The skeleton said in a cold voice, "How can this king forget your cheap face? I'm really unlucky to see you first when I woke up." Duan Hongchun smiled faintly and said, "Are you disappointed? Then who do you want to see? Tell me, this old master can disguise himself as him. You also know that this old master's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world." The skeleton was indifferent, and after a moment of silence, he said, "How long has this king been asleep?" Duan Hongchun's expression turned solemn as he said, "Tens of thousands of years, but this old master can't remember exactly how long." The skeleton sighed and said, "It seems that it's really been a long time." The man and the skeleton were chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and there was no tension at all. Yang Kai, who was hiding on a small hill in the distance, felt a storm in his heart. The old man called the skeleton Wukong, which meant that he was indeed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were actually not dead, but had used a mysterious secret technique to sleep in this strange space for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the moment of resurrection. If this news were to spread, the entire star boundary would be in an uproar. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was the old man's name, Duan Hongchun. Yang Kai had never heard of this name, but he had heard of another honorific title, the Great Emperors of the Mortal World. The Great Emperors of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor, Wukong, knew the old man, which meant that the two of them were people of the same era and status. Only the Great Emperors could match the name Duan Hongchun. Was he really the Great Emperors of the Mortal World? Yang Kai was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Previously, when the old man said that the next time he saw Wen Zishan, he would ask Temple Master Wen to expel Yang Kai from the sect, Yang Kai had even ridiculed him. Who would have thought that this ridicule would actually come true? It was possible to say that the old man was the great emperors of the mortal world, because it was rumored that the great emperors of the mortal world had always been unrestrained and unrestrained, and the style of the old man that Yang Kai knew was consistent with the rumors. The reason why Hyoji obediently left, and even showed a humble expression, was probably because he knew his identity. But what was the matter with his cultivation? The great emperors of the mortal world were extremely powerful, so how could they only be in the third-order Dao source realm? Not only was Yang Kai puzzled by this question, but Wukong was also very curious. How did your cultivation drop so much? This old man cut off his own cultivation. Duan Hongchun smiled slightly, not caring at all. Cut off your own cultivation. Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "You're actually willing to do this? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child." Wukong seemed to understand something and said, "Did you cut off your own cultivation to come here to find me?" Duan Hongchun nodded and said, "Of course. You may not know, but after you died, the realm barrier here became a little fragile, and the Emperor realm can't enter this place. If you want to enter, you can only do this." Chapter 2496. A hero cuts his wrist. Wukong stared at Duan Hongchun in a daze. Amazing. This king admires you the most among all the emperors back then. You really didn't disappoint this king. Duan Hongchun laughed and said, "Same to you. You are also the one this old master admires the most." Wukong sighed. It must have been hard for you to maintain your Dao source realm cultivation for so many years. You're wrong. Duan Hongchun raised a finger and shook it slowly, saying in a serious tone, "I didn't deliberately maintain my cultivation. I just cut off my own cultivation countless times." Countless times. Wukong exclaimed in horror, truly shocked. You can cultivate again every time? You didn't damage your foundation? Duan Hongchun said lightly, "It's all thanks to you. Although it was indeed dangerous a few times, I managed to survive. I remember one time when I made a mistake and lost all my cultivation. It took this old master 2,000 years to cultivate again. During those 2,000 years, this old master didn't live a good life." As if recalling that incident, Duan Hongchun had a look of lingering fear on his face. Wukong murmured with a dull look in his eyes, "Was it really worth it to do this?" Duan Hongchun's expression turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Yes. As long as I can enter the shattered star sea, find you, and destroy your soul, anything is worth it." Wukong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that you hate this king." Duan Hongchun smiled lightly and said, "This old master doesn't hate you. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people who walk different paths cannot work together. It's just Qinglian. Yuan Ding, Yin Wu, and Song Hai are all dead, so if you don't die, it will be a bit outrageous. So you're here to avenge those old friends of yours." Wukong nodded in understanding. Duan Hongchun sighed softly and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? This old man also feels that this matter is very troublesome. Why don't you obediently stop resisting and let this old man send you to meet those old friends of yours?" Wukong snorted coldly and said, "My soul was almost scattered by you all back then. If he hadn't faked his death to escape at the critical moment, how could he have woken up today? I thought that everything was flawless. How do you know that I'm still alive?" Duan Hongchun said solemnly, "Your methods are indeed impressive. At that time, almost everyone was fooled by you, thinking that you were really dead. But have you forgotten that there is a person who can see through the mysteries of heaven? He saw through the past and saw the future. He was the one who told me that you weren't dead and told me to be more vigilant." Wukong's eyes flashed wildly as he said ferociously, "Heaven's revelations." Duan Hongchun nodded and said, "That's right. It was heaven's revelations. So every time the shattered star sea opened, this old man would come in to take a look. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and everything has been peaceful. I never thought that this time, you would finally be unable to bear the loneliness and prepare to make a comeback. It's not that this king can't bear the loneliness, it's just that the time has come." Wukong snorted coldly, seeing through the mysteries of heaven. This king also has the ability to see the past and the future. What heaven's revelations can see, this king can also see. What heaven's revelations can't see, this king can also see. Since this king has chosen to wake up at this time, naturally, I won't repeat the same mistakes." Duan Hongchun said in a deep voice, "That depends on how much ability you have in the past." Wukong laughed loudly, "Even if it's only 1% of what it was in the past, what can you do to stop me in your current state?" 1%? Wukong has also learned to talk big. Your body hasn't taken shape yet, so I'm afraid you can't even use 1% of your strength, right? This old man doesn't need to fight with you. I just need to block the blood flow to stop your resurrection. Duan Hongchun, you really want to be this king's enemy?" Wukong shouted angrily. Duan Hongchun said seriously, "It's you who is the enemy of the world, the enemy of the common people. If you are reborn, the star boundary will be in chaos. You're just enjoying your time in the mortal world, but you've actually learned to care about the common people. Duan Hongchun, if you dare to stop me, this place will be your burial ground. Since this old man has come in, he has no intention of leaving alive." Duan Hongchun's face was resolute, and he suddenly changed his hand seals and shouted, "Break." In an instant, His aura rose to the limit, and there was no sign of it stopping. It still continued to climb. Hong Long, star. A wave of chi visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the great emperors of the mortal world, sweeping in all directions and causing the blood to churn. At the same time, Duan Hongqin's cultivation broke through from the third-order Dao source realm directly to the first-order emperor realm. This breakthrough was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. It was unbelievably simple, and there wasn't even a world energy baptism. It happened in the blink of an eye. Good. The higher your cultivation, the more useful it will be to this king when I devour you later. Wukong was not surprised when he saw Duan Hongqin's breakthrough. Instead, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, and a concept of devouring all things spread out, enveloping Duan Hongqin in it. The surrounding blood seemed to be attracted by something and madly gathered towards Wukong's skeleton. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai, who was watching from afar, immediately recognized that this was the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor. He had used this move in his previous battle with Wu Mingchuan. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, everything was devoured, and even the mysterious principles and concepts were not spared. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor displayed by Wukong was not something that Wu Mingchuan could hope for. It really had the concept of devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor's land. Just looking at it made one feel insignificant. Duan Hongqin was suddenly wrapped in the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his aura suddenly weakened. His face changed drastically, and he clasped his hands together and slammed them forward, chanting in a low voice, "Boundless mortal world, 3,000 worries." The huge seal slammed down, and before the attack arrived, it had already set off monstrous waves in the surrounding blood. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he quickly said, Not bad. It's a bit like back then, but it's impossible for you to defeat this king." Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, devour. As soon as his voice fell, the skeleton seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, not only devouring the surrounding blood, but also Duan Hongqin's secret technique. Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain. Duan Hongqin's face remained impassive as he pushed his Emperor Qi to maintain his secret technique to resist this attack. A moment later, Wukong's body shook, and the blood flowing into his skeleton was suddenly cut off. Not only that, the regenerated flesh fell to the ground and turned into a pool of dirty water. He shouted angrily, "Old thing, you cheated." Duan Hongqin chuckled and said, "Keep devouring. Why did you stop? Isn't your heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique supposed to be able to devour everything under heaven-devouring great emperor? Why did you stop?" Wukong angrily said, "What kind of concept does this secret technique of yours contain? It can actually hurt this king secretly. This is unforgivable." Duan Hongqin coldly snorted, "Do you think this old master has severed his cultivation countless times over the past tens of thousands of years just to enter the shattered star sea to find you? Since this old master is known as the mortal world, it is natural for this old master to experience the power of the mortal world. This old master is no longer the old master of the past. The power of the mortal world, the power of heaven and earth?" Wukong's eyes flashed, as if he had comprehended something, and said fiercely, "You actually comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder you are so confident. Wukong, this time you will definitely die, so don't resist." What a joke. There is no one in this world who can kill this king. This king is the heavens and the earth. Those who resist this king are violating the will of the heavens and earth and can't be tolerated by all laws. Duan Hongqin shook his head and said, "Wukong, you are confused. Under the heavens and earth, all living things are ants. How dare you compare yourself to the heavens and earth? The heavens will not tolerate you. I am the heaven-devouring great emperor, and the heavens will not tolerate me." Of these two great emperors, one had an incomplete body, and the other had cut off his own cultivation. Neither of them was at their peak, but in this strange world, they were fighting to the death and did not hold back at all. When the energy surged, they were even more fierce, and the heavens and earth trembled. Their words sounded ordinary, but they seemed to contain a very deep truth, which triggered the pattern of the heavens. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his mind tremble violently, and the qi in his body was tumbling. This was the Tao. This was the heavens Tao that countless cultivators were bitterly searching for, but could not touch. The two great emperors were secretly fighting with their own Tao, trying to suppress each other. In such a battle, the one with the firmer heart and deeper understanding of the heavens Tao would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai was immersed in it all at once. After carefully thinking about it, he only felt that what these two people said was very reasonable. It was like a gem, and it was priceless advice that benefited him a lot. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved, and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. The tumbling qi in his body also reached its peak at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly recovered from that kind of enlightenment. With an ugly expression, he whispered, "Oh no." He did not expect that he would feel the opportunity to break through at this time. It had been almost 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. Recently, he had seen many new cultivators from the Emperor realm and fought with many of them. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Tao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source qi also showed signs of transforming into Emperor qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were two great emperors not far from here in a life and death battle, so how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these two, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors, and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the two great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Yang Kai had no choice but to do so. But he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the two great emperors' every move and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the two great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Yang Kai's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the two great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted, at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Yang Kai's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Yang Kai, then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial third-order Tao source realm was nothing in his eyes, not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now, he could easily crush a Tao source realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongchun was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongchun would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the Shattered Star Sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the Origin Sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the Origin Sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor Realm, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Yang Kai have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongchun was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Yang Kai could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mingchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongchun's relief, he only found Yang Kai's trace and did not see Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongchun, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongchun. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchun's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind." Wukong smiled contemptuously. The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha ha ha. You dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to. As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongchun and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongchun's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice, "Prison circle! Asterisk walala!" Asterisk a dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongchun. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang! 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 The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle. Yet it was unable to invade Duan Hongchun in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. Divine Wood Barbarian! Wukong cried out in shock when he saw this scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Duan Hongchun, you dare to play tricks on this king?" Earlier, Duan Hongchun revealed a panicked expression, and Wukong thought that Duan Hongchun was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongchun actually utilized the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchun was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongchun urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. Bastard! How dare you slander this king? Duan Hongchun, you've got guts. And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Iron Blood? He has always regarded it as a treasure, so how could it have fallen into your hands? Wukong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Could it be? Iron Blood has fallen?" Duan Hongchun coldly snorted and said, "Although this old master wishes Iron Blood to die early and reincarnate, What's disappointing is that that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her, but I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it. It was unknown if he was thinking of Wen Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, "Since he's still alive, why would he hand over the divine wood origin to you? How could he bear to?" Duan Hongqin grinned and said, "Because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the divine wood origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself." He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, "You can do that?" Duan Hongqin curled his lips and said, "You don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of iron blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Iron Blood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked and my blood spilled everywhere." Wukong laughed and said, "You deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you." "You flatter me. You flatter me." Duan Hongqin smiled slightly. Wukong said, "So what if you have the divine wood origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the divine wood origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind?" "Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death." As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment, they acted like old friends reminiscing about the past, and the next moment, they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the divine wood white barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hongqin tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongqin, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongqin would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the divine wood origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the divine wood origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true phoenix fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Guang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the divine tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the divine tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongqin had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongqin had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wukong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongqin had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, he could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Yang Kai was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Tao. Rich world energy gathered above Yang Kai's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all. Joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way. Being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao. Occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on. Fighting in Central Capital, walking Tong Xian Realm, entering the Star Field Corridor, breaking through Hong Luo Star Field, entering the Star Boundary. Passion with Su Yin, tenderness with Xianing Chong, emotional entanglements with Shan Qing Luo, friendship without discord with Shuiyu. Tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty. Although occasionally lonely, there were thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart. No external force can invade. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling chi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk a dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble, in the sky. A bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Yang Kai's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual qi. It was as if it wanted to drown Yang Kai. Crack! As Yang Kai's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked, and blood was flowing out. The Supreme Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the Heavenly Tao and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Only then could one truly advance to the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Tao Source Realm cultivators in the entire star boundary but so few in the Emperor realm. Those who could truly advance to the Emperor realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Tao and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs, and not waver in the slightest. The world force baptism in the Emperor realm was more terrifying than any that Yang Kai had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Yang Kai was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Yang Kai smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Tao. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors, who were doing their best to resist, could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the star boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongqin's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor realm with just a Dao Source realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongqian and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongqin's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hongqin, when you and I broke through to the Emperor realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongqin grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, "This boy has the characteristics of great emperors." Duan Hongqin laughed and said, "I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later." Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongqin chuckled and said, "Whatever you say. You won't have the chance to see it anyway." Wukong's voice turned cold. "Are you so confident that you can kill this king?" Duan Hongqin said in a deep voice, "This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely." "Good. Since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you." As he spoke, Wukuang's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongqin also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This, Duan Hongqin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What's going on? Is this brat courting death?" "Ha ha ha." Wukong laughed loudly. He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. "Hongqin, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this." Duan Hongqian heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden Divine Dragon Source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible. Duan Hongchun also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the Golden Dragon Phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the Golden Divine Dragon Source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongchun was absent-minded for a while before he said, "How would this old man know about this?" The Golden Divine Dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the Golden Divine Dragon Source still exist in this world? TSK. Wu Kuang's hollow eye sockets twitched like the wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongchun suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted, "Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first." While the two were talking, the Golden Divine Dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the Golden Divine Dragon Source, but he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This Golden Holy Dragon Origin Source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor Realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor Realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. Chapter 2499. Time passed slowly as the Golden Divine Dragon continued to devour the power of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, while Yang Kai's strength was also growing steadily. As a result, the power of heaven and earth became weaker and weaker. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the heavenly vision above Yang Kai's head was swept away and everything returned to normal. The thunder and lightning no longer existed, and the cloud pressure phenomenon that seemed like the sky was collapsing also disappeared. The surrounding world energy and world energy were all sucked into Yang Kai's body. Although he remained motionless, the bones in his body crackled, transmitting a joyful aura. This time, the promotion seemed to have passed peacefully. Wukong and Duan Hongchun were both dumbfounded and lost in thought for a long time. Yang Kai, however, did not feel the slightest joy. Not only that, but he also felt a faint sense of fear. This feeling was even stronger than when he had just broken through, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He clearly felt that his realm had not truly reached the Emperor Realm, but had instead stopped at the threshold of the Emperor Realm, only one step away. What's going on? The heavenly vision for my breakthrough has already disappeared, and I've also survived the terrifying world energy baptism, so why haven't I broken through to the Emperor Realm? While Yang Kai was puzzled, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, a magnificent and awe-inspiring aura suddenly emerged from the heavens and earth, turning into a stream of light and falling straight towards Yang Kai's head as fast as lightning. Kai Yang's complexion changed greatly. In front of this magnificent and overwhelming qi, he felt as if he was unable to resist it. It seemed that after the stream of light fell, he would not be able to resist it. It was as if the moment it fell, he would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the aura that fell gave him a familiar yet strange feeling, as if he had vaguely seen it somewhere before. World energy. Wukong and Duan Hongchun both cried out in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared in Yang Kai's direction. The two great emperors' emotions instantly became extremely complicated. They didn't know what Yang Kai had done to actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth when he ascended to the Emperor realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth was an extremely special and mysterious power. The origin was even more profound and mysterious. The great emperors were proficient in all kinds of law powers, and when they fought, they could use the power of law origin as easily as blowing off dust. However, no one could underestimate the power of heaven and earth. That was the power of heaven and earth. Under the heavens and earth, all living beings were ants. If heaven and earth wanted you to live, you would live. If heaven and earth wanted you to die, you would die. Even characters like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could not completely control the power of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Duan Hongchun was able to secretly injure him earlier. Duan Hongchun had been constantly severing his cultivation for tens of thousands of years, wandering on the path of martial arts and struggling in the mortal world. It actually allowed him to comprehend the power of the mortal world. This power of the mortal world was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. Naturally, it could cause harm to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. Even so, Duan Hongchun's power of the mortal world still couldn't compare with the true power of heaven and earth. Once the power of heaven and earth appeared, it was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. No one could resist it. That boy was dead for sure. The two great emperors thought that they had witnessed the birth of a genius, but they didn't expect it to be such an ending. They couldn't help but sigh. Under such a power of heaven and earth, how could Yang Kai resist? The golden divine dragon phantom roared to the sky. It rose to the sky, wanting to fight against heaven and earth. A stream of light fell. The golden divine dragon phantom suddenly disintegrated and disappeared, but its momentum didn't diminish as it continued towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked up, his eyes cold. The vast sea torrent revealed its heroic nature. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became incomparably clear, and his whole person was incredibly calm. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell was suddenly summoned. The simple mountains and rivers bell expanded in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. The complex patterns on it also seemed to come to life, flowing vividly. A kind of aura that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly filled the air. The mountains and rivers bell. Duan Hongchun's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in horror, "The mountains and rivers bell. This is Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell." Wukong was also so shocked that the ghost fire in his eyes flickered wildly. He didn't even care about fighting with Duan Hongchun as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Since Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm, the strength he had shown and the means he had used had shocked the eyes and minds of the two great emperors. In the past, the two of them would never have dared to imagine that a single person could have so many good things on him. The golden divine dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race. It was rumored that it had long been reduced to ashes, but its source strength had appeared in Yang Kai's body. Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure, a treasure that even the great emperors coveted. During the War of Emperors, Yuan Ding had used his last bit of strength to throw it into the void, and since then, it had disappeared. At this moment, it was blooming with a strange brilliance in Yang Kai's hands. Who is this little brat? How can he be so favored by heaven and earth? However, in this way, the two great emperors somewhat understood why his breakthrough to the emperor realm would attract the world force to target him. In the process of his growth, he must have had infinite opportunities and great blessings, but the heavenly way was fair and just. On the path of martial arts, there were gains and losses. The better the opportunities and the better the cultivator's aptitude, the greater the resistance they would encounter during their breakthrough. The two were directly proportional. No one could explain why, but there had never been an exception since ancient times. It would be outrageous if a person who possessed the golden divine dragon's source strength and the mountains and rivers bell did not attract the world force to target him. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Yang Kai, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time, and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Yang Kai could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you think he can survive? Duan Hongchun swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton, there was no saliva to swallow. So he said lightly, the mountains and rivers' bell's sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world. Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers' bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back then is already in the past. Let's change the subject, Duan Hongchen grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the mountains and rivers bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The mountains and rivers bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the mountains and rivers bell's power can he use? Duan Hongchun said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongchun rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet? What bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchun pointed his finger. Let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Duan Hongchun, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongchun said in a deep voice, this old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life, so what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongchun smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly. This king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted. This king's life is in my control. Others can't decide for me. Duan Hongchun laughed. Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongchun said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Yang Kai. But after Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The mountains and rivers bell's suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Yang Kai was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. The consumption of using the mountains and rivers bell was enormous, and even though his strength had improved a lot compared to before, Yang Kai was still unable to bear it. Moreover, watching an attack that could threaten his life slowly descend would be a great psychological deterrent to anyone. Yang Kai knew that if he couldn't stop the world force, he would undoubtedly die. Shrouded in the aura of death, Yang Kai had never felt so uncomfortable and difficult as he did at this moment. Quang, quang, quang. The mountains and rivers bell continued to emit sounds, and the suppressive force became more and more violent, but it still couldn't stop the stream of light from falling. Instead, it shook Yang Kai, making him bleed from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that the stream of light was getting closer and closer to him, and that the mountains and rivers bell could no longer stop it, Yang Kai's mood sank to the bottom. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood what this inexplicable force was. This was the world force. This was the will of heaven and earth. No wonder it was somewhat familiar. He had used the world force before. After understanding this, a very bold idea popped up in his mind. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Through a mental connection, a strange force suddenly emerged from the sealed world bead and blasted towards the world force. Chapter 2500. The power born from the sealed world bead was very similar to the world force, and the two could almost be said to come from the same source. Another world force? Wukong exclaimed in shock. How can this little brat control the world force? Where did he get it from? Duan Hongchun was also surprised. Not to mention Yang Kai, who had yet to break through from the Emperor realm. Even those who had reached the Third Order Emperor realm many years ago could not control this kind of power. Only great emperors could comprehend the world force, and only great emperors were qualified to control a trace of it. The Third Order Emperor realm was the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and the cultivation of the great emperors did not jump out of this category, but the difference between them and ordinary Third Order emperors was their comprehension of the world force. Those who could comprehend the world force were qualified to become great emperors, and they could suppress ordinary Third Order emperors. But now, Yang Kai could actually control a trace of the world force. Although this trace of power paled in comparison to the world force, like the difference between a father and son, it was undoubtedly the world force. The two great emperors were deeply shocked, even more so than when they saw the golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell. Is it because of that bead? Wukong looked at the sealed world bead with burning eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. If not for his scruples about the world force, he would have released his divine sense to investigate it carefully. It was also because of his scruples that he did not know what kind of artifact the sealed world bead was. If Wukong could discover this, so could Duan Hongchun. He stared at the sealed world bead with a frown, comparing it with the many famous artifacts in his memory, but he found that none of them matched. He had never seen this artifact before. This was a very strange thing. Duan Hongchun had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to not know of any famous secret treasures in the star boundary. But now, one of them had appeared before him. However, no matter what the hell this bead was, Yang Kai's ability to control the power of heaven and earth was definitely related to it. Could this also be a prehistoric unique treasure? Duan Hongchun was shocked when he thought of this. But he quickly denied this conjecture, because it was very easy to identify a primeval treasure. The aura that came from the primeval couldn't be concealed at all, and this was the case for the mountains and rivers bell. The interior of the sealed world bead was a small world of its own. Since it was a small world, it naturally had the power of heaven and earth. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's mind was connected to the sealed world bead. Naturally, he could draw out the power of heaven and earth from the sealed world bead to fight against the calamity. However, the sealed world bead was only a small world. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real world. The difference between the two world forces was strong and weak. It could be distinguished at a glance. Hong Long Long. The sealed world bead's world force surged forward to meet the world force. Soon, it collided with the true power of heaven and earth. Yang Kai watched nervously. If he couldn't resist even this, then he only had one last trump card left, which was to undo the seal on his demonic chi and use his ancient great demon body to resist this calamity. However, after doing this, Yang Kai didn't know if he could reseal the demonic chi. It had been several years since the last seal was undone, and the firmament tree planted in the sealed world bead had accumulated a lot of sealing power. Logically speaking, it should be enough. After all, it was in the medicine garden. 1 year of the firmament tree's growth was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. With hundreds of years of sealing power, how could it not be able to seal the demonic chi? However, there was also a drawback to doing this. Every time the seal was undone, more sealing power would be needed to reseal the demonic chi. Yang Kai discovered this drawback last time, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use this trump card. Who knew if there would be a time when the sealing power of the firmament tree was insufficient, resulting in it being unable to seal the ancient demonic chi, causing him to fall and lose his consciousness. Yang Kai never dared to underestimate the pure demonic chi of the ancient great demon. The world shook, and the universe collapsed. This strange space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wukong and Duan Hongchuan both paled. The two world forces collided, sending out shockwaves beyond imagination. It was as if two worlds had collided, and the world had changed in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world force produced by the small sealed world gradually melted away. It was obviously no match for the real-world force. However, in the process of its melting, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This discovery made Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. After the sealed world bead's world force completely disappeared, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He constantly formed seals with his hands, desperately stirring up his source chi. His knowledge sea opened wide, and his spiritual energy leaked out like a tide. The mountains and rivers' bell shone brightly, and the suppressive aura became more and more intense. The remaining world force seemed to be struggling, but under Yang Kai's desperate struggle, it was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers' bell. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud explosion. The mountains and rivers' bell fell not far in front of Yang Kai. The light on its surface gradually faded, and the remaining world force was suppressed and sealed, unable to move. The shockwaves gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. At the same time, the weakened Yang Kai felt a different feeling. With a wave of his hand, he threw out countless source crystals, which exploded into powder and turned into pure world energy. Yang Kai's body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. His weak aura climbed steadily, and soon reached the peak of the Dao source realm, but it still didn't stop and continued to rise. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from his body. Immediately afterward, his whole body became light, and a comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his bones. The source chi in his body also underwent a magical change at this moment, and even his overused knowledge sea was filled up in an instant. The whole world seemed to be very different from before. Taiyang felt as if he had been reborn. From head to toe, every piece of his flesh and blood was pulsing, containing an extremely terrifying power. Emperor intent spread out. It was clear and distinct, as if it was real. The Emperor realm. It had been several decades since he started cultivating at the age of 13, and he had reached the Emperor realm today. He had experienced countless life and death tribulations, and although there was still a long way to go before he reached the true peak, Yang Kai truly had the qualifications to reach the peak today. With a surge of emotions, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He actually succeeded. Wukong was shocked. At least you have foresight. Otherwise, you would have to commit suicide in front of this old master right now. Duan Hongchuan couldn't help but curl his lips, a look of annoyance on his face. Although he had proposed a bet before, unfortunately, Wukong was cautious and didn't agree. If he had agreed, there would have been a good show to watch. How could he have succeeded? Wukong's face was extremely ugly. As the heaven-devouring great emperors, the #1 person in the star boundary since ancient times, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no matter in which aspect. But today, someone had done it. Even though it was just the movement of advancing to the Emperor realm. Although there were many difficulties when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, it was far less terrifying than what he had seen today. This boy had encountered such hardships when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, so he could imagine how bright his future would be. Duan Hongchuan had said before that he would surpass him in the future. He had thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed that it might really come true. He had so many rare treasures, and his own strength and aptitude were also extremely outstanding. How bad could such a person be in the future? Wukong couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to others. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at Duan Hongchuan and shouted, "Old thing, you dare to do such a thing? How shameless!" He didn't know what Duan Hongchuan had done to him secretly, but Wukong instantly flew into a rage. Duan Hongchuan laughed and said, "It seems that you really care about that boy. You didn't even notice this old master's trick, but it's too late now." Saying so, Duan Hongchuan urged his Emperor Qi, and the divine wood white barbarian source that had been enveloping him suddenly turned blood red. The divine wood white barbarian source was a wood attribute source. It was originally a lush green color, but now it had somehow turned blood red, giving off an extremely strange aura. How dare you devour the vitality I worked so hard to collect? Wukong shouted, looking at Duan Hongchun in disbelief. You've used the white barbarian source so fiercely, you'll definitely destroy it. How will you explain it to Iron Blood then? Duan Hongchun said solemnly, Iron Blood knows that this old master won't go back, so he'll let this old master do whatever he wants with this divine wood source. Without so much vitality, I'd like to see how you'll reconstruct your body. With your skeleton that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to do anything. Impudent. All of you want this king to die, but this king will show you that he's still alive. Wukong roared hysterically. Duan Hongchun sneered, You're powerless to reverse the situation. Just accept your death obediently. This old master will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. I promise you won't be lonely. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hongchun's figure moved and directly rushed towards Wukong. While he was in midair, the Emperor Qi in his body violently surged, giving off an extremely uneasy aura. Self-destruct? Wukong's eyes twitched violently. For the first time in his life, he understood the meaning of fear. Even when he was besieged by great emperors, he did not panic like this. But when he saw Duan Hongchun rushing towards him so resolutely, he could not help but tremble in fear. Although Duan Hongchun was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he still had the heritage of great emperors. If he self-destructed like this, Wukong would definitely not be able to withstand it. If that happened, he would really have to go to the Yellow Springs with him. How dare you push this king to this extent? Duan Hongchun, don't think you'll have an easy time. As Wukong shouted, he suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands. The ancient astral wind that filled the space between him and Duan Hongchun suddenly became restless, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Duan Hongchun's face sank. He understood that Wukong had been forced into a corner and was about to explode the ancient astral wind. The ancient astral wind was a wind attribute source, so if it exploded, its power would be unimaginable. What a pity. I don't know if that little brat named Yang Kai can survive the aftermath, but now that the arrow has been knocked, Duan Hongchun can only hope that Yang Kai will survive. Chapter 2501. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a terrifying explosion, the world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongchun, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongchun seemed to have realized something and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Asterisk huff huff huff. Asterisk the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side, like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine Wood Bai Yi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring great emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring great Emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongchun did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths, it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Yang Kai was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi, the aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, it took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongchun had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wan Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchun, and Yang Kai was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the shattered star sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Yang Kai could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Taking out some healing pills from the space ring, Yang Kai ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Yang Kai was suddenly startled, because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense." The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater. Looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Yang Kai looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and shouted, "Wukong." Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Yang Kai had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge sea and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and his soul tremble. Wukong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Yang Kai's, almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wukong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Yang Kai. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai's face changed and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Yang Kai's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wukong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wukong, get out of here. Otherwise don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wukong's soul avatar suddenly appearing in his knowledge sea gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wukong glanced at Yang Kai and sneered, "These words sound new. I haven't heard them for a long time, but since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wukong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wukong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duan Hongchun. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good. This king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king, and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wukong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here. But if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." Yang Kai sneered, "This is my knowledge, see. Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly?" Wukong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island?" He stared blankly at the seven-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time, his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus. It's actually the soul-warming lotus." Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the seven-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze, and said with a bitter expression, "Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus." Yang Kai coldly said, "Don't make a fuss." Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." "Imph, why are you so happy? It's not yours." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "It'll be this king's in a bit." Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding, "Good, good. With this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak." He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, "Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he said, "You know this thing?" He was naturally referring to the star in the sky full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hongluo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hongluo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, "You should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said, That's right. There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 2502. That's right, Wukong nodded. This star should be something you obtained from that territory. You can see that? Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled. It's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory. Why is that? Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins, divine spirits have divine spirits origins, and even those bright stars have stars origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, it was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, "This star is also an origin." Yang Kai whispered, "This is also an origin?" Wukong smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin. It is the origin of the territory of this star." The origin of the territory of this star? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, "You can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of this star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you will find that it has infinite uses, but you probably won't have this opportunity." The origin of the territory of this star. Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, "What's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of this star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation?" Wukong snorted. "This is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of this star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times, or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. He Wukong's SSE had the complete origin of the stars of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of this star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of this star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of this star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star's star master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge sea was the star of Hongluo star field, if he could completely refine it. If he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hongluo star field and control the entire Hongluo star field in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, "Because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king. This king swallowed them all in a fit of anger." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, "If the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate. Outrageous. Yang Kai spat. Yukong coldly snorted. Those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending. While speaking, he coldly looked at Yang Kai, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Yang Kai of something. Yang Kai pretended not to see and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, "All right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body, and this king can spare your life." Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you want my body, take it yourself." Wukong slowly shook his head and said, "Seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive." Saying so, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai's face changed, and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge sea tumbled, and the seawater below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted. "This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts." As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, all the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all and were all shattered. Yang Kai only felt a tearing pain in his soul and quickly retreated while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Hong Hong Hong. After a while, Yang Kai flew around his knowledge sea several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost, Yang Kai would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Yang Kai did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. "Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender. But even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be." "Others?" Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Yang Kai was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression, and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Yang Kai did not know what kind of communication he had with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the Emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hongchun coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception and use your golden cicada shell shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot." "Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Yang Kai, but now, Duan Hongqin's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Yang Kai and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongqin. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wu Kuang than let Wu Kuang off easily. Wu Kuang was terrified. Wu Kuang, you will die today whether you want to or not. It is not up to you. Duan Hongchun coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wu Kuang, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king. Wu Kuang roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongchun's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you. It is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred? Don't preach to this king." Wu Kuang roared and said angrily, "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Hongchun, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongchun." Duan Hongchun said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wu Kuang's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose." Duan Hongchun sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Yang Kai said with an ugly expression, "You too. If there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Yang Kai felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 2503. Whether it was Duan Hongchun or Wu Kuang, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. "Can't you give me some reaction?" Wu Kuang said coldly, "Tell him to get lost, and I'll leave this place immediately." Duan Hongchun shouted in a low voice, "You have the nerve to say such words to fool a child, Wu Kuang. You're getting more and more shameless." He spat at Wu Kuang, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Forget it, Senior Hongchun. You can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself." Duan Hongchun laughed and said excitedly, "Good, with your words, this old man can do his best." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Are you serious?" Duan Hongchun's face was cold, and he said coldly, "Do I look like I'm playing with you? This is really infuriating, Duan Hongchun. Don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors. After being cornered by Duan Hongchun again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place. Wu Kuang also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongchun made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island, transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great Emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea. So no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past, 7 to Hong Chin's, to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yang Hong was, in Hong Yang. To the Hong Sea Soul to search, in Hong, in the past Hong, and to Hong Yang. Was to Hong Yang, in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongchun and Wukong, it was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this, but this was his knowledge sea, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongchun were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them, because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongchun had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques, which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique, without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked, because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was still in the third-order Dao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Chi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hongchun, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hongchun was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge sea. It was not that Duan Hongchun's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hongchun was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hongchun took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Good. Now this old master has no more worries. He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge sea to become turbulent, but his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, So no matter what happened to his knowledge sea, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge sea began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear, "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hongqin's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that can destroy our souls." Duan Hongqin gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Yang Kai and snorted disdainfully, "Duan Hongqin, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us?" Duan Hongqin grinned and said, "This boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson." Wukong said disdainfully, "Then this king will have to wait and see." Duan Hongqin snorted, "Boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes?" Yang Kai hesitated. "Senior." Duan Hongqin didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "If Wukong is reborn, the tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down." Duan Hongqin used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Yang Kai's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongqin's eyes and the determination in his heart. Yang Kai was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master One?" Duan Hongqin grinned and said in a carefree manner, "No need. He knows what this old master has been doing all these years." Yang Kai nodded, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Then Senior, have a safe journey." Duan Hongqin smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a disdainful expression. Obviously, he didn't think he could really kill him. "Saber, come." Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Yang Kai's hand, and could not help exclaiming. Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone soul-type Emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 Emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one soul, which showed how precious they were. Wukong also did not expect that Yang Kai would have a soul-type Emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A soul-type Emperor artifact specialized in damaging one's soul, and with the help of Yang Kai's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "A good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, "This treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky." Ha 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 ha. Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Yang Kai's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king. But if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Yang Kai joked, "In that case, please wait and see, heaven-devouring great emperor master." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang! A clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Heaven-breaking strike." A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified, because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. The name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tianyin in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tianyin was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul's secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duan Hongchuan. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power, and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. A mere ant wants to kill this king? Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duan Hongchun's grip. However, how could Duan Hongchun let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." Scram! Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duan Hongchun's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duan Hongqin's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Hong long long. A huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge sea was something Yang Kai had never even considered before, but today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Hong hong hong. The shockwaves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duan Hongqin, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge sea, only Duan Hongqin's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Yang Kai asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Yang Kai replied with an ugly expression, "He escaped." When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duan Hongqin was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped. Hearing this, Duan Hongqin's face changed and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away." Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duan Hongqin would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light, and under his urging, it constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Yang Kai felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Yang Kai immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duan Hongqin was sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongqin was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. "It's good that he's not dead." Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongqin while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Yang Kai bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongqin were both here, so where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured. So where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hongqin's condition, Yang Kai couldn't help worrying. Duan Hongqin's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Yang Kai quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hong Chin's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Yang Kai immediately found that something was wrong, because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Yang Kai was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years, or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao source realm cultivator would need to transform their source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm. So why had all the source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Yang Kai recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi, but before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor, and then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea, but overall, this had saved Yang Kai at least several years. Chapter 2505. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yang Kai calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hong Chun again. Duan Hong Chin's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Yang Kai understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hong Chin's injuries were too serious. Not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash. Even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Yang Kai's mood was heavy. Seeing that the bustling world great emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished, Yang Kai could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Yang Kai grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Yang Kai was forced into a corner and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal source liquid was born from the immortal tree and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Yang Kai had the immortal tree, he did not have immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since immortal source liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Yang Kai didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hong Chen's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Yang Kai had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Yang Kai immediately threw it into Duan Hong Chen's mouth, at the same time circulating his Emperor Qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hong Chen. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hong Chen. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hong Chen's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Yang Kai didn't need to help Duan Hong Chen anymore. All he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor as Duan Hong Chen's aura gradually stabilized and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchun was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason, he still hadn't woken up. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the world energy baptism and the world force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchun had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Yang Kai's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hongchun in front of him in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yang Kai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in this shattered star sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these 2 great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hongchun, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan." Duan Hongchun looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hongchun, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hongchun's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hongchun suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me?" If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yang Kai would have already violently resisted. But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hongchun, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. I. Duan Hongchun put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself, but in the end, he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart, so he tentatively asked, "Senior, you don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hongchun coldly snorted. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes," but he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. "You shouldn't have saved me. You made a mistake." Duan Hongchun sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world. So what does it matter if Junior saves your life?" Duan Hongchun was extremely angry and was about to say something when suddenly, a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Senior, what happened to you?" Duan Hongchun did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to investigate and found that there was nothing wrong with him, but he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. "Ha ha ha ha. Suddenly, Duan Hongchun laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and praised, not bad, Junior. This king must thank you. This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hongchun. He looked at Duan Hongchun seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, Wu Kong. Oh? Duan Hongchun looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he said lightly, You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes. Is it really you? Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You actually possessed Senior Duan? Not really. Wukong shook his head. Then what is the meaning of this situation? Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, but heaven-devouring Great Emperor was using Duan Hongchun's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongchun's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongchun was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongchun's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongchun's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while, he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, Senior Duan? Duan Hongchun gently nodded, while gasping for breath, It's me. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hongchun sighed and said, After that old thing escaped from your knowledge sea, he sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him. But what? Duan Hongchun glared at him and said, But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body. This? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Is this really possible? Chapter 2506. Duan Hongchun snorted. Do you think the title of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future. After saying this, he laughed again. No one in this world can kill this king. 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hongchun had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted, Shut up. Duan Hongchun turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again. Do you believe? Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the emperor realm and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk. Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hongchun seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, Boy, you saw it too. Now, this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost. So what's the point of living? Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason. What reason? Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life. Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hongchun would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him. so how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body. Although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience, in other words, you can monitor him anytime and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future. Duan Hongqin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. Yang Kai said with a smile, since the two seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come, come. Let's hold hands and be good friends in the future. Duan Hongqin snorted and said, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duan Hongqin's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duan Hongqin shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Why? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duan Hongqin said, the place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, the Shattered Star Sea collapsed? What about the people in it? Although Lu Yin, Zhang Ruoxi, and Imo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Hua Qingxi was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xiaoshang, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Baiyi, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuan Qi of the Star Boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duan Hongqin said, you don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. But from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience. Duan Hongqin said with some regret. Although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the Star Boundary, it was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the Star Boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, it could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Wukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duan Hongqin looked at him and said, you're right. While speaking, he slowly got up and said, all right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. You're proficient in the Tao of space? Duan Hongqin's mouth was wide open and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, how could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just some insignificant skill. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior." The corners of Duan Hongqin's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, "Duan Hongqin, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again." Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Duan Hongqian nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground, and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongqin, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the Northern Territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea, because the Northern Territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongqian pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lusheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory-crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Duan Hongqian looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Duan Hongqian didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Yang Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember Senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Duan Hongqian shook his head and said, "This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries." Yang Kai said, "This junior will remember." Duan Hongqian nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongqian was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate it all. It was only now that he found the time. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.